Initiate camera rotation. Right, so here we are. Let's check out this rig. So, brakes on for starters, and before start, okay, engine startup, taxi clearance, pushback clearance, taxi clearance. Okay, runway clearance. Wing scan lights. Takeoff clearance. Alright, we are clear for takeoff. Brakes off, throttling up. B1. BR. Rotating. Gear up. Now, with a 4-engine aircraft, would V2 still be, like, defined as flying with only one engine? Because... Alright, we're over 10,000. We can go ahead and start leveling out here, and we can turn off our landing lights and the takeoff light. Wow, it's really dark. Lights on. Let there be light. Also, let there be wallet. Okay, let's go ahead and turn around and do a landing attempt. A couple things to watch for on this landing attempt. We have it all keyed so that the spoiler cowl, the touchdown spoiler cowl, and the engine cowling, they all are set up on a key now. Should be key 9. Bonjour! Okay, we're 22 kilometers away from the cow. We can go ahead and start our lineup. Really ought to work on being a more gentle pilot. You know, try and make the turns with the rudder sorry, I don't speak French. I only speak English. English only, please. Okay, 13 kilometers away from the poppy light. Alright, approaching that 10 kilometer mark. Let's go ahead and start throttling back. Slow down. Oh Christ, we're way past the point where we should have turned on our landing lights. We're gonna get a fine. Okay. And we are now three nautical miles away. Let's get our landing gear down, brakes on. We're 3 kilometers away now. Okay, go ahead and cut the engines. Ready for the touchdown. Flare. Ooh, too much flare. Touchdown. Throttle up. Okay, the spoilers and everything worked. Very nice. Throttle back, we're good. Alright, well the machine works. Need to reverse the touchdown spoiler cowl before toggling it. Okay, reverse and toggle it. Cool, and then put it forward again. Are you an engineer? I'm a Kerbal engineer. Which at times can be far more difficult task than a regular engineer. See, the regular engineers, they don't have to deal with broken-ass physics. A real engineer can count on their physics. We Kerbal engineers cannot. Yeah, you've got to be more engineer than engineer. But do I do this for a living? No. Do I build aircraft for a living? No. Just an enthusiast. We sure make a lot of models, though. We've got a model for practically, well, all of the greats. I can't say all of the greats. There's a lot of greats. But we've got a lot of really good models for Probably our crowning achievement would have to be the International Space Station. Having built that in Kerbal Space Program with the shuttle and the Soyuz and all the stuff that it took to do all of that, that was a pretty big deal. Pretty proud of that. Okay, we've already got all of our clearances, all of our lights are on. Everything's ready to go. You know what would be cool? I don't know. Yeah, we could possibly do it. I was thinking... Yeah, get a load of this. We're gonna get 2 cows, and one of them's gonna be set to the left and right, and one of them's going to be set to a soft turn on. And what I'm talking about here is these runway turn-off lights. I want a switch to be able to turn them on, and I don't want them to turn on though, I just want them to be soft on, and then when I turn left or right, port or starboard, then I want them to actually turn on for me, so that I can, when I turn left, my port side turn-off light will automatically turn on. But I also want to be able to turn them off during flight, so that when I yaw in flight, they don't turn on. So we'll need 2 cows for that. And yeah, I definitely see a way that we can do it. That'll be pretty sweet. That way the runway turn-off lights will automatically click on for the direction that I'm turning off. That'll be very freaking cool. Oh, we've got a couple things here. 13 minutes? What? Really? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yikes. Okay, we need some... Yeah, it's really not going to do us any good to actually continue flying this at this point. We don't have enough fuel on board in order to make the trek. We took the big fuel tank thing out. We were having some issues with our payload push. It's a big thing in the back that will push the payload out the front. It was having issues with our fuel tank. At least we thought that it was at the time. We had decided not to go with the big fuel tank in the fuselage, but instead we were going to clip fuel tanks into the wing in order to, you know, since you can't scale things in this game, the only thing that you can really do is clip things. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and give me some fuel tankage. Yeah, go ahead and stack some fuel tankage like this. Is that... Something doesn't look right. Why doesn't that look right? Okay, whatever. It's gonna be clipped anyway. Yeah, go ahead and do this. A strut, strut, strut. And go ahead and give me another 3 stack of those. Like such. Okay, now go ahead and clip them all into themselves. Yeah, it's too close. It needs to be back just a bit. It's really too far back. It'll be fine. And what's the worst thing that's going to happen is we'll have to redo. We'll just have to redo the stack. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, and then grab the main one. Into the wing it goes. Really? Huh, I thought that we'd already did this and that it would fit. Obviously not. Okay, so we must have... Hold on a second, I was quite certain that we'd already clipped... Okay, we must... Yeah, we're already clipping smaller ones. Alright, shit. We'll go ahead and pull those smaller ones out. And we'll just get a more serious stack of those. Since these big ones here are not going to do. Too big. Okay, give me the small. Biggie smalls. Biggie smalls. Biggie smalls. Go ahead and strut that. Stacking some fuel. Further do we need to go? Almost there. There we see the end. All right, there's our fantastic fuel stack. For added range. There you have it. Let's see if it all works. Save this. Okay, and the cow... Yeah, 2 cows. How do we want to go about this? I was actually starting to think that I kind of wanted to... Well... I was briefly considering putting all of the light systems on their own cows, so we would have each of the different systems. That's not clipping through. Yeah, it's not clipping through. Okay, that ought to be enough to get the job done. Now I can't see the damn bar. Seriously? Seriously, bruh? Like that. That's kind of what I had in mind. Okay, now, so we'll have these lights, or have these cows for each of the light systems. Let's see. Actually, no. Before start. Blank period, huh? .2 is the lowest value. That's not actually what I was looking for here. We were looking for toggle light. Okay. Alright, so there's the before start. Push back in the taxi. Yeah. Yeah. Call that takeoff and landing clearance. Consists of and the landing lights. I gotta be honest, these landing lights are not as powerful as we really would want them to be. But since they're there, we can add these ones. Ooh, okay, here's an idea. We'll put the RGB. If we put the RGB, yeah, then we can control how bright these actually are. They'll be omega bright. So how about we'll get these things to about 0.3 value, 0.3. Okay. Now hold on a second here. Does that effectively turn them on? I'm not sure. We may also have to include the toggle. Okay. Get this one in here too. RGB. And the toggle. One second. All right, so there we go. Takeoff and landing. Lights. Now, what we were originally looking to do here was actually the runway turn-off lights. We had a scheme for that. We're gonna need one more cal to do it. Pretty sure. But the, yeah, the other cal actually need not be here. Okay, so let's see here. So all this cal needs to be is the... Yeah, I think that will work. This just needs to be the toggle for these. So we go ahead and toggle the lights on, and they will be soft. Hey, Starch Face, how's it going? Thank you for that sub. Is it really colonizing when you just drop parcels from a cruising altitude? That would be interesting. And yeah. I mean, if there are Kerbals in them, then yeah. That's actually a really interesting concept. That could be a very interesting concept indeed. Parachute colonization. The colonizing equipment gets parachuted out and the Kerbals jump out and parachute down, that would be pretty cool. Alright, so the runway turn off lights, that's their toggle. Go ahead and close that now. We need another cowl. And this cowl can be hidden anywhere. We'll, I guess we'll just, and the wing will be fine. Sure, whatever. Now the way this thing is gonna go down is these runway turn-off lights. If we say RGB on each of those, okay, and this cowl is gonna be like a min-max. So if we take the RGB, let's make this a, I don't know, 10 unit length so that it's easy to find stuff. Go to about here, give me a point. This will actually be at 5 seconds, and the value of Maximo. 5 seconds. Okay. Now go ahead and copy that. Now hold on. Actually, wouldn't it have to be the other way? I think it would. Right. It would have to be these Maximo. And then this minimum. Yeah, 5 seconds. So if we do that, we paste this across all of these. Then go ahead and close that, and now what we need to do is for the wheel steer, wheel steer, we want this cowl involved. Play position, and it needs to be like that, min-max, I think. I don't know, let's find out. I believe that it should anchor it in the center, which would be off, right? And then as we turn, it'll go to maximum. And so all we have to do is toggle the lights on, and then when we turn, they should turn on, but otherwise we'll stay off. Ozzy, how's it going? Hello, hello?
G'day, Cobber.
Okay, so if we toggle the runway turn-off lights on, oh, okay, something's not right. There's blue. What happens if we turn? Oh, it does work, but not. Okay, we didn't take into consideration the port or starboard. We can do that. We can, sure. Yeah, I get it. But why is it blue? Why is there a blue light emanating? Show me where we're sitting. Nice Boeing. Well, thanks. The nose is, it's got quite a schnoz. I'm not gonna lie. And the engines are too big. You know, the scale. But otherwise, all Kerbal-esque things aside, we did a pretty fantastic job. Oh look, the blue is off now. Was blue for a second, now it's off. We just run out of electricity? No. If I try and move this thing, okay, no, it's anchored properly. Whoa. Look at that. Okay, the blue came back. Oh. Weird. You know what? I'm okay with the blue. The blue is just fine. Because these lights will only be on when we are on the ground and we're taxiing and going to turn and stuff. So, sure, okay, whatever. We got a blue light. Let's figure the rest of it out. Now, we need to go back into the spaceplane hangar, and one set of these needs to actuate to port, and the other one needs to actuate to starboard. Need to fix my shuttle carrier Boeing as well. Undocking causes problems. Yeah, that's a tough one. Docking and undocking is like one of the most serious events in Kerbal Space Program. If something's gonna go wrong, that's when it goes wrong. Okay, this should have actually, that may have been a thing right there. This should have been set to 5, like right there. But anyway, we go into our Cal, and one of these, I don't know which. This one was, gosh, I wanted to say port, which means that that looks right. Okay, so that means that this one should turn off like this. This is how this should go down. Okay, and then the next set needs to be opposite. Like that. Okay, close that. Save, show me. Kind of cool. Now we won't have to turn on and off our runway turn off lights. We'll turn them on and off, but they'll actuate to whichever way we're turning on their own. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see it now. Okay, so runway turn-off lights on. Okay, we still get the blue, but did we get the sides correct? So,
ignition sequence start.
Port side? Oh, we have it backwards. Damn. But it works. Look at that. Nice. Sweat. Yeah, we have it backwards. But it works. Cool shit. XD Yeet Games, thank you for that follow. Make it into a 737 fixed? What? Are you trolling me? All right. Now it should work. Okay, and we can go ahead and take this cowl and just boop. Just like that, right into the wing. Okay, save that. We got a couple things we need to test here. We've got more fuel on board. So we need to see how much extra range do we have enough? Do we have enough range and actually to make it to the North Pole with this? For one, and two, we get to check out all of our new systems. All of our new lights are set up in sequence for all of the different takeoff procedures. Or all of the different apron procedures, I should say. Yeah, sweet. So, this is how this would go down. Starting from front and going aft. First thing is the before start checklist, okay? Go ahead and hit the before start, and that toggles our beacon lights. Okay, and then engine start. Okay, and then taxi pushback clearance. Okay, that works. Then the runway clearance. Okay, that works. And we got the engine scan lights on that too. Very nice. Okay, runway clearance. Takeoff and landing clearance. Nice. I like how these are not like super bright. We toned them down. They look fantastic. They look really, really good. Okay. And the runway turnoff lights. I wonder if the runway turnoff lights should actually be on. We'll probably move this, because that should be on before. I mean, that should be on right after taxi. Or before the taxi, perhaps. Alright, let's take a look at the runway turn-off lights. Do they work? No, they don't. Did I not turn it on? Must not have. Okay, turn-off lights. Okay, the blue is on, which means they must be on, so... Port side? Or starboard side? Port side? Nice! Haha! Sweet! That is really cool. Awesome stuff. Alright, we're all clear for launch, for takeoff. V1. VR. Rotating. Gear up. Yeah, now we don't have to go hunting through all of our lights in order to turn off these systems. So the runway turn-off lights, you could go ahead and turn those off right away. And then the takeoff and landing lights, those need to stay on until we reach 3 kilometers or 10,000 feet. So 3,040, there we go. Clear to go ahead and turn off the takeoff and landing lights. There they go. Very nice. More dead green beans. No, we're only in the simulator. Nobody is nobody's at risk currently. Just about 20 kilometers away from the poppy light now. Getting our line up. Oh, we're below 3 kilometers. We need to turn on our landing lights. Yeah, that's much better than having to hunt around underneath the plane trying to find them. I like that so much better. Mm-hmm. 12 kilometers away from the poppy. Okay, 10 kilometers. Go ahead and start throttling back. Brakes on. Seven kilometers away now. I feel as our approach is extremely low here. Okay, we're 3 nautical miles away now. Gear down. Three kilometers out. 2.5 kilometers out. Go ahead and cut the throttle. Prepare for the touchdown, Cal. Boy, we're coming in really slow. Ooh, flare, flare. Oh, we didn't have enough power for the flare. That was a hard touchdown. All the systems worked. Oh, forgot the runway turn off lights. Turn off lights. Nice, dude. That's fucking cool. I wish they were a bit more powerful. Yeah, and I kind of wish we could leave them on for, like, not just on, off like this. But rather, when I turn, it would stay on for a bit of time. I don't think that there's anything that we can do. The cow, basically, when you set it up like that, has got 3 points. It's got the anchor point, and then it's got the minimum, and then the maximum. So yeah, the amount of time involved is doesn't matter, but it's, you know, it's still cool. It's better than having to try and toggle these on every time. Okay, we need to see the range. 40 minutes. 40 minutes, huh? Yeah, gonna have to do something about that fuel or we won't make it to the island, never mind the North Pole. Yeah. What were you judging off of this? It looks really, really bad, but it's not that bad. See, these fuel tanks, they're thinking like these tanks here are included in that, which obviously we wouldn't want to use these at all. So this is kind of a misnomer. You look at that. But you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Only got 40 minutes worth of fuel. He added a lot too. Shit. dude. There's no room for fuel. This thing's a freighter. It's only got room for payload. No room for fuel. And we put a bunch of those tanks in there too, man. Like, we put a shit ton. But those are only 50 units of fuel each. Still, we can copy pasta the whole stack. There, get another full stack. Let's see how much we're able to get out of this one. Yeah, I'm more or less happy with everything else. I would like it if our runway turn-off lights were brighter. But yeah. And the landing lights themselves actually brighter. We may change these landing lights. I mean, these spotlights are cool and all, but they're not... Like, the landing lights are... That's a serious deal. Like, that's a really serious deal. So, we may take it a bit more seriously. But for the time being, let's work on one... Work on this first. Let's, knock out this fuel problem. What happens if you take two engines off? Can it fly? Well, it actually... It has to. By FAA regulations, the vehicle has to be able to fly with only one engine. It has to be able to meet V2. I think. I don't know if that's true of quad engine vehicles. I mean, I don't know. So I can't imagine that like a 747 would be able to fly with only one engine. It's a tall order, man. I'm gonna have to look that up. Thought it was one engine out. It could be one engine out. You're right. Maybe the definition of V2 is to be able to fly with one engine out. That makes more sense. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got here. Before start. Okay. Engine startup. Okay, pushback, taxi clearance, runway clearance, takeoff landing clearance. Okay, that's looking a bit better. We're now up to an hour and a half flight time, and it's still calculating. V1, VR, rotating. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not able to rotate. We really put that much weight in here? Holy shit. Must have. I only put one more stack in. Yeah, clearly we didn't screw around on that stack. Holy shit. Yeah, we're up past an hour and a half now, and it's climbing, still climbing. Our speed is taking a dramatic hit. We're actually only 15 degrees as opposed to our normal 30 degrees rate of climb, and we're actually now starting to lose speed. Wow, we added a lot more fuel than I... Holy shit, we added a lot more fuel than I had thought. My god. Okay, we've still got a fuel issue here. The other engines are just there to get you to the crash site. Yeah. That's a classic. Okay, so we added one stack of the fuel, and it turned out to be excessive. I am really shocked at how much this little stack that we made turned out to be. Yeah, we pulled some off. I have no idea how much was in that click, but we pulled some out. There's still I don't know, a fair amount, perhaps, hopefully. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the center of gravity. Well, the weight... Yeah. I mean, the center of gravity, too. But... wanted to cut a bit of fuel out. We'll try this. An hour and a half might get... Well, it wasn't done calculating yet, actually. It was still climbing, so it could have been 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours. We actually have no idea. Pop Smoke, how's it going? So we'll just see. Yeah, we don't know anything until we actually click on the engines. I mean, it's calculating right now. That's absolutely incorrect. Yeah, we know that that's incorrect. Anyway. Before start. Okay, engine start. Taxi. Runway clearance. Takeoff clearance. V1. VR, rotate. Come on, baby, rotate. Alright, she rotates. Very nice now. And the Delta V chart is crunching away at the numbers. We'll fly for just a little bit and find out. Find out the skinny. Pop Smoke, thank you for that follow. Thank you for the host as well. Two kilometers altitude now. (3,040 meters is 10 kilometers, or 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet, we're allowed to turn off our landing and takeoff lights. That little blue light there, that's a result of our runway turn-off lights. Turn those off. And we're at 10,000 feet. Over 10,000 feet. Okay, go ahead and get ourselves a autopilot. Hold our heading at 0. Go ahead and set that. Hold our altitude at 4,000 meters. Set that. Okay, and oh, that looks good. Go ahead and engage. Turtle Pass. How's it going? Okay, now we can get the... I'm still over the... Okay. Time warp. Yeah, it looks like it's... The final estimation is about an hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes worth of fuel. Our... This is kind of weird. Our altitude should be 4,000. Why isn't the... Why aren't we climbing? There we go. Fly, pelican, fly! Which way to the North Pole? Well, from where we're going, I would go north. But you could get there going via south, I suppose. Take a bit longer to get there, but yeah, it could be done. Take us up to 5 kilometers. Plus or minus like 10 degrees. There we go. The time has started to go up as well. We're at an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, it started to go back down again. Back up again. Don't give us plus or minus 10. That's a little too violent. Give us plus or minus 2. Starting to kind of bob, and that's not good. Maybe 1. Okay, well, judging by how much fuel or how much time is actually burnt off of the Delta V chart and how far we have traveled here on the map, I would say it's a fair bet that we can make it. Attention ladies and curbs. If you can't last 80 minutes without a meal and a bathroom, we throw you out like the packages. Capiche? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. There is no need to panic. Yeah, I would say we've got a fair chance of making it there. We're almost halfway, it would seem. Okay, now I'm panicking. I'm out of coffee. Get through this little gap right there, or are we gonna have to get more altitude? Convenience gap of the mountain appears. I know, huh? Isn't that perfect? Look at this. Beautiful. We're well over halfway there. Still got 40 minutes, 47 minutes worth of fuel left. I'd say we've got a winner. Where are we going? North Pole. We're going to the North Pole. About 2/3 of the way there. 36 minutes worth of fuel left. So far, so good. Round trip for me, I'm not getting off. Well, it will eventually be a round trip. Fortunately, the first trip, actually the first few trips, people are going to be stranded. We've already got a crew stranded. These guys right here, that's where we're going. Learjet landed out there, and they obviously don't have enough fuel to make it back. We build an outpost right there, and eventually we'll be able to create fuel, and then we will bring all of our aircraft back once we're able to make fuel. At one point, we had an exorbitant amount of fuel on this vehicle, and so we were planning on flying out here, delivering our payload, and then flying these Kerbals back with us in the 747. But obviously, we won't be able to do that now because we won't have enough fuel to make it back, unless we add fuel. Here's another thing that we could do, is that we could fill the payload bay with fuel. We could send the next vehicle out with its payload actually a thing of fuel. Then we could get everybody home in one go. There's a bright star in the distance. We happen to be traveling north. Could that be? Could it be? Is that the North Star? Okay, we're almost on the ocean now. 16 minutes worth of fuel left. Yeah, it's got just enough to make this happen, doesn't it? Very nice. I like it. It's legit. I like legit. Okay, we're less than 100 kilometers away from our target now. The next thing is a landing. Now, of course, we're still in simulation mode. I have landed, I do believe we've landed this during a simulation already, but not in its current state, and the landing was absolutely precarious as hell. Like, we botched the shit out of the landing. In fact, like, one of the big parts of the landing of the 747, or vehicles of this size, even the 737, a lot of commercial airliners actually, the engines, they go into a reverse mode to slow the vehicle down. And when we came at this the first time in simulation mode, obviously, as we've never done this in live mode yet, only two, well, we broke off one of our engines when we touched down, and over here, these two engines, they were in reverse mode, but this one was not. So it was all whack. All the systems work now. Seven minutes worth of fuel. So yeah, this sucker can just get here. Only just. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for a landing here. Coming up on that 10,000 feet mark. Five minutes of fuel left. Okay, there we're at 10,000 feet. Go ahead and turn on the landing lights. Four minutes, 30 seconds worth of fuel. Damn, this is crazy close. Can't believe it. 18 kilometers away. 4 minutes worth of fuel. Pan, 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 pan. KASA flight, FedEx flight to the North Pole. Pan, pan. We are dangerously low on fuel. We've got 3 minutes worth of fuel left. Requesting emergency clearance. Gear down, throttle down. Brakes on. Let's take a look at the touchdown spoilers, make sure that's all correct. Yep. Alright, the touchdown spoilers and the engine cowls are ready. We're less than 3 nautical miles away from the target. Need to bring this sucker down. Okay, coming into render distance. Ready for the touchdown. Throttle back. And touchdown. Flare. Touchdown. Okay, throttle up. Very nice. We are stopped. I was actually gonna try and, we put a little bit too much into it. We've really put the heels on. But yeah, that was a really fantastic landing, despite only having 1 minute and 33 seconds worth of fuel left, which is pretty precarious. Like, damn. If we'd have made the tiniest little variation in our flight plan, we wouldn't have made it. But yeah, that landing was really sick. Yeah, there's our dudes that are stranded out here right now. Sweet. Okay, so what did we learn? Fuel. I kind of don't want this light on. I don't want the takeoff light as part of the landing light situation. I really do not. Also, the wing scan lights, I want to turn those off before landing. I want to minimize the amount of lights that are involved in the whole situation and put a priority to the landing lights. I want to put new landing lights on. It's another thing. These little landing lights are not, they're not cutting it. Yeah, pretty hard world seam right here. Did you see that? Right there. Yikes. But yeah, this place isn't too bad. I mean, as far as places to colonize, the terrain is like pretty much as flat as you're ever going to see in a world map, or on the world map. On Kerbin, especially. On Minmus, you've got a lot of those frozen lakes that are fantastic for building colonies on, because they're perfectly flat. This was not perfectly flat, but it's as close as you're going to get to perfectly flat on Kerbin. So this should be a pretty fun experiment. Huh. This is kind of an interesting spot right here, isn't it? course, I do see a lot of terrain differences there. May be interesting, but is it safe? No, probably not. Gonna bring some HABs with cargo plane too. They're actually in here right now. We can do a... I mean, we're still in simulation mode. None of this has actually happened yet. We're still just testing stuff. But we can... We've got everything here. Let's take a look. See, 0. Engage that. Okay, go ahead and unlock the nose. And open the nose. Okay. Unlock the payload. Hit me. Okay. Push it out. Push! Heave! Yeah, I had entertained many ideas of how to actually like run rails and stuff like that to extend the payload out, and just every single idea, the conclusion to every single one of the ideas was that it was just I mean, they were doable ideas, but they're just not practical, and what would eventually happen is we would just end up with fighting the Kraken mostly, so we just decided to go with this. Do a little bit of clipping, not a whole hell of a lot of clipping. I mean, I think we did a fair job in not making it too monka. There you go. There's the payloads out the door. And at this point, this is just a matter of moving this thing out of the way. I don't want to tab because I'm afraid if I tab that it could accidentally tab us to this vehicle, and we might lose our ability to revert this back straight into the VAB. So, but the rest of this stuff, I assure you, works. And we just need to kind of move this thing out of the way, set it down, and then once it sets it down, then this is our payload right here. The rest of it's just the trolley. But yeah, these little wheels roll out, and they've got great steering in the whole 9 yards. And we've got ourselves a greenhouse here and a habitation module. Very, very modest electrical panels. And there you go. It's pretty cut and dry. Got the one docking port for the next modules that are planned to come. Which, you know, probably be like a T section of some sort, or who knows. But yeah, just connect them via that. We actually have the docking ports that are this shape. They're actually designed for the planetary hab stuff, but it was like, whatever. You know, this'll work too. So, but yeah, it's pretty cut and dried. Can't go wrong at this point. And our Kerbals can get in and out. We can still recover this stuff. If it doesn't let us revert, then we can still recover it. I'm going to go ahead and try the tab. Okay, cool. We actually tabbed to the right thing, luckily. It's going the wrong way. Try this. So I want to get pushed away from the plane. So if we pin the landing gear, pin the servo, and then put them kind of side by side like this. This is gonna be funny. Okay, go ahead and bring this back up to like 90. Actually, that'll be better for us. Okay. Now we go ahead and we say brakes like this, and then go forward like this, and then cut the brake. Ah, it's tough to do. It did get us moving a little bit. But yeah, that's actually more than we really need. So now at this point we can go ahead and turn it completely over onto the little rover wheels. Wrong way. Ah, shit, bro. Careful, careful. Oh my god. Yeah, flip it all the way around like this. There. Now we've actually got control with it. And we can drive it. Like such. Now here's some Monka stuff that happens. After we undock the payload piece, something happens with this servo. And whatever we do, we don't want to, what? Inverse the direction. If we inverse the direction, we've found the servo will, like, it'll freak out, and the whole trolley will explode. So we gotta be careful about doing that. Go ahead and set it down. Set the trolley down, and we can go ahead and set down the payload. There we go. So yeah, something happens. Something happens here. See, notice how it's going the opposite way now. Completely whack, but if we click the inverse direction, it will freak out. So, very bizarre. Yeah, this is not at all ideal. What the hell am I doing? We're climbing over top of it. And what we should do... What we should do is either just simply maneuver the trolley out of the way, or maneuver the payload out of the way. Like, yeah, watch this. If we say inverse direction... Oh. No. Whoa. Okay, it didn't freak out this time. And only one side started to work, too. What the hell? Okay, there, yeah, see? Like I said, the inverse direction, you don't want to hit that because, I don't know what it's thinking, but it krakens if you do that. Very trippy. But otherwise, all the systems work. We can totally do the job. We just need a bit more fuel in the plane. We need to be safe in our landing, that we don't need to be doing pan calls. Okay. Sure. Why not? We'll just make one more stack. And, oh, I don't know. Oh, whoa. That's not what I wanted. Oh, before we start copying this too, go ahead and put the strutting on. How many are we likely to need? They're 50 fuel each. The regular size one's 400. Quite a lot, actually. $51, $52, $53, $54. So this is the equivalent of 2 tanks of these, which is a fair amount. I think that should be enough to safely get us what we need. More S3KS25X4 Mammoth liquid fuel engine. Huh? More engines? No. No, I don't want to do that. We don't need more engines. We need more fuel. Why is this stack all wacky? I don't know what's going on here. Huh. Well, whatever. Our other stacks were like perfect, and this one is not. I don't know why it's doing that. No, whatever. Who cares? Nobody will even see it anyhow. Now, the center of mass, let's bring this back. Let's see how far back we can actually put it in the wing. That won't work. I see it starting to clip right about there. Maybe a little bit further. Just the tiniest bit right there. Okay, so that's about as far back in the wing as we're able to clip it. And that should be enough fuel to make the journey there safely. So, I kind of feel like I want to test the door for some reason. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much ready to rock and roll. Everything else has been tested. We've got enough fuel. Yeah, let's go ahead and test the door real quick. Anything else that we want to fiddle with here? No? Oh, right. That's a big fat yes. There is a big fat yes. There is something that we want to do. We want to get serious with these landing lights. We're going with these big suckers now. Not fucking around anymore. Okay, get out of here. And we're also going to keep them the gray color. We could change them to the white, and it would look more in line with the wing and whatever, but we actually want them to stand out. Okay. Now, these suckers. Bright, bright, bright. Give us a bit more angle of attack. Like that, perhaps. Very nice, very nice. And these need to get put into our lighting cowl arrangement. That's the runway turn-off lights. Runway clearance. Takeoff clearance, okay. And this toggle light. There you go. Wow. Okay, got ourselves some serious lightage. Yeah, this plane's gonna be sweet. We'll be able to get lots of missions with this sucker to build this base. Yeah, ought to be able to do it for the South Pole as well. I mean, we're right on the equator, so all this should be able to translate directly down as well, right? I mean, how sick is that? Okay, so before start. Okay, engine startup. Taxi clearance, pushback clearance. Runway clearance. Takeoff clearance. Brakes off, throttle up. V1. VR. Rotate. Very nice takeoff. Gear up. Up to 3,040 meters we go. I do not... These are not on. Why aren't these on? They were supposed to be in here. What the fuck? Yeah, this was not... Did I not click the takeoff landing clearance lights? Huh. They're absolutely not off. Not on. But this one's on. Which, yeah, see, that doesn't make sense. Well, I'll have to take a look at that. Something's not right. You know what the... Oh, I know what it is. These were on in the VAB. So, thus, when we turned on the cowl to turn them on, it did the opposite. It actually turned them off. Damn, this sucker's heavy. It is really feeling that extra weight. That's okay, you know, I mean, as long as we're able to accomplish the objective. And do it safely. Okay, we're 20 kilometers away from the poppy light now. Let's go ahead and turn around and get our line up. Starting to creep towards that 10 kilometer, not kilometer, 10,000 feet mark. Lights on. Okay, they're on for sure. "17 kilometers away from the poppy. Kilometers. Go ahead and cut the throttle back. We're 5 kilometers. That's 3 nautical miles. Gear down. We are really slow. We're gonna keep this throttle. Normally we throttle back. But no, we're gonna actually keep this throttle. So we're actually dangerously slow as it is. Have enough power to actually get our flare. Here we go. Uh-oh. Why aren't our spoilers... The hell? What's the deal? Our spoilers did not go. Huh, the spoiler cowl is deleted. Well, isn't that something? What the hell? Just out of the blue, huh? Really? I wonder why. Okay, well, a couple things. Huh. Yeah, just decided out of the freaking blue to delete all of the information in our touchdown spoiler. Luckily, the engine reverse command is no longer in the cal. We have that as part of the touchdown key, the touchdown toggle. So that's a good thing, because those two systems are completely separate. We don't have to worry about this when it comes to the engines. Like, they will work. But yeah, this should how did we do this anyway? It wasn't toggle deploy. Because they're already deployed. Right, they're deployed already. What we wanted was the deploy angle. Okay, it needs to be from 0 to Maximo, like that. Okay. Copy. Okay, and paste. Jog it real quick. Okay, and then close that. Okay, that looks correct. Now, we need to turn off the lights here. Okay, save. And also take a look at the key for the touchdown spoilers. That's 9. And yes, okay, the cow is still in the touchdown spoiler key. It just was deleted for some reason. Is there any other wacky crap? Oh, the one thing that we were going to test there, we didn't test. Well, we can go ahead and test that now. That was to see whether or not our Kerbals can actually get onto the ground and then back into the vehicle. Which is a real danger now since the last update, because Kerbals stop at the end of ladders. Like, they won't slide off the end of ladders now, and that's actually quite a big problem, to not slide off of ladders, because it means you can't... the climb out function is no longer there, and so if two ladders don't allow your Kerbal to get past a seam, then you're done. You can't actually climb up and out, and you're fucked. So it was a really crappy thing for them to add that to the game. They should have left it alone. Okay, let's take a look. Make sure our Kerbals can get in and out. This is another thing I really don't like about the new update. It's the inventory system is abhorrent. Okay, so yeah, this is exactly like what I was talking about. So since like it sticks your Kerbal in place. So in order to get off here, I'd have to let go and then get back on. But can we actually get up and into the vehicle is a different question. The first seam is fine, and see, this is what. Oh, look, there's actually a climb out. Interesting. But it doesn't work. It says climb out, but it actually doesn't let you do it. But I can board. If I press down, we can say board. It's like only just lets us do that. Climb up. Okay, well, we can still board, yeah. It does look like it does. Whoa, what the hell? Really? Like, so this is what I'm talking about. It sucks. Okay, but yeah, if we fiddle with it enough, I guess, we're still able to board. I really don't like that, though. Man, that sucks. You used to be able to climb out, and now you can't. Move the ladder a bit down. Well, it's still a problem. Like, see, I should be able to. Here's what I'm griping about. LGG. Nice to see you, by the way. But this is what I'm griping about, is the new system for not sliding off of ladders. Like, see, right here, we used to have a function that I could climb out, and your Kerbal would climb up and out and inward, and that's absolutely gone. So, like, I used to be able to get into the payload bay on this would not be a problem, but now, because of the new feature that they added where Kerbals don't slide off of ladders, it really caused a lot more trouble than it was worth, if you ask me. Like, a lot more. But it's still okay, so long as on this vehicle we can get the board button, which that's really all that matters. So, at least on this vehicle. But yeah, we're okay. It works. What do we want to do? Well, we can. I'd say we pretty much have everything to go into live mode and do it. Everything works. Let's do it. Let's take this back into the spaceplane hangar and live mode on. How do we want to go about this? I wish we could taxi. Like, if I could just... I wish the game would put the vehicle in front of the VAB. Or not in front of the VAB, but right here. Like, just drop us in the world right outside the hangar so that we can taxi ourselves, because that would be a really awesome thing to do. We've got a fantastic tug that we made, which would be super cool to like actually do the pushback and the whole 9 yards. I would love to do that, but for this mission, we're I guess just going to not be concerned so much with that, but it is really something that I want to try and do something for that. So keep that in the back of the mind. So who's going to fly this here FedEx flight to the North Pole? Flyboy? And Plane Girl. Ooh, Plane Girl and Flyboy. There's a team. There's a team. We sure all systems are go for this? Yeah, I don't see any reason why. We've already, yeah. Let's do it. Let's go! Yeah, I would like to have a gate arm that would swing out and actually let our Kerbals get them on board that way, and that would be sick, dude. Maybe I got an idea. Ooh. That's actually a good idea. Ooh. Oh, snap. I got an idea. Look out. I got an idea. It'll probably fail, but just like how we're starting to build our own launch facility off of the pad, we are going to attempt to do the same thing with this, where we'll have our own sort of pseudo hangar that we push through the, the vehicle, and the hangar will push that through the wall. I don't know how that'll work. We'll see if any of that works. Let's see if we can't actually launch things outside of the runway and be able to build like a little facility out around the edges somehow. That would be sick. Might not be able to do it, but we'll try. Anyway. All right, yeah, here we go. Before start. Okay, the beacons are lit. We can go ahead and start the engines. Okay. Pushback clearance, taxi clearance. Runway clearance. Landing lights, takeoff lights. That's how I want that to go down. I want when those things to light up to look exactly like how that happened. How all of that lit. That was perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Okay, we are clear for takeoff. Throttling up. The first live flight of the Boeing 747 on its way to the North Pole. 70 meters a second. V1. VR. Rotating. Lift off. Gear up. Let's go ahead and get our turn as well. Probably be against flight regulations to fly like this, to actually turn before we get to 10,000. But I'm really concerned about the fuel. I want to get right into our path immediately. So. Up and away! Flyboy and Plane Girl, little do they know, for doing that turn, they're probably going to get hit a very nasty fine. Alright, we're over 10,000 feet. We can go ahead and turn off the landing lights and take off lights. Very nice. Okay, go ahead and, yeah, 7, no, put us at 5 kilometers. Hold heading of 0, and plus or minus 1 degree, engage. Were we actually at 7? It was 7. Okay, go ahead and set 7. Yeah. 7 kilometers altitude. Seven's a nice prime number. Okay, take a look at our fuel status. We've got an hour and 49 minutes. A little less than 2 hours worth of fuel. Looks like a 747D. Yeah. Is that... I think that's the one we modeled it off of. Let's see here. I basically went to the Boeing 747 wiki, right, and the photo specifically that I really was working off of. I believe it actually was the D. $400. Let's see what I was after actually. Maybe it was... It's the freighter. Yeah, here's a interesting. I'm seeing a Boeing 74-400F, which is effectively that's what we built. But you know, there's always little nuances to each of these models. Seven 200, 300. Those are all like passenger liners. It's a shame the 747's being retired. Well, doesn't it have like another 20 years worth before it gets like phased out? Already heard of physics warp? Well, we already did. This is a live mode. We did a simulation mode earlier where we actually went into physics acceleration and tore ass all the way there. But this is a more an immersive experience. This is the live mode, and although I'm not gonna say that we wouldn't go into time acceleration in a live mode at all. I mean, we absolutely do, but yeah, not right now. I'm cool to fly it legit for the time being. I know it's going to be a long flight, but it's worth it, man. So it's absolutely worth it. And we put a lot of time and effort into this vehicle to just tear ass out there and slap it down and be done with it. So it kind of really cheapens a lot of the work. If you feel me. Not being made anymore. What was it that was... No, hold on here. Oh, right, is the Max, right? Is that what's, The 777 series will soon become the Boeing's largest aircraft. The 777X. That doesn't raise... Doesn't raise any alarm bells, to be honest. But what the... 747 Jumbo... ...737 Max is... Yeah, the 737 Max is back. But it's... Like, it had a problem. It had a problem with the sensors in, you know, in the pitch angle, whatever. But it's still, with the sensors fixed, the design of the 737 Max is still not good. Like, it's dangerous. Let's be honest, it's flat out dangerous. But with the right training, pilots can fly it safely, just as safe as any other airplane. It's just, it's wacky. Like, its core fundamental design is not ideal. I'm not a fan of the 737 Max. I really am not. I would rather fly Airbus, to be honest. Yeah, give me an Airbus flight. I'll take the Airbus. is... Yeah, I wish we could scale the engines down just the tiniest bit to make them more legit for the scale of the vehicle. But that's one of those things about Kerbal Space Program. You know, you don't have that fine control over scale that one would really want to have. For example, these wings are like perfect for this scale of vehicle. The engines are too big, but this is like the wing that you are expected to use with this engine. So it's all around it's all around Monka. But whatever, you know, we do what we can do. Why aren't you using the Weasleys? We used the Weasley. We actually we had the Weasleys attached through the first generation of the build. And we decided to get rid of them for a couple reasons. One, we had to scale up their power 4 times. Actually, wasn't it twice? No, it was 4 times. So we had them scaled up via the overclocking cowl in order to get the efficiency, get the power out of them that we needed. And so they were too small. Like, the engines themselves, the scale on the model was too small, but the power was perfect so long as we scaled them up with the cowl like 4 times. These, the engine power is only 3 times greater than the Weasley without any overclocking, but the scale of the model itself is just about 1/3 too large. So it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You've got an either too small, over efficient engine, or a too big, underperforming engine. And we decided to go with this just because, well, these look cooler. And, well, the big thing was I like to see when you go into reverse mode how the engine cowling it comes back. So, like, that was probably what cinched the deal. I mean, you could go into reverse mode with the Weasley, but it wasn't as cool. It wasn't as cool. So, yeah. Little this, little that. That's, you gotta make choices, concessions. Yeah, the Weasley wasn't a bad engine. It wasn't a bad engine. It really, at 4 times, that is 400% of its throttle capability. At that much, it felt as though it just overperformed to a degree that was unacceptable for me. Like, it was too overpowered. Like, this vehicle here, a 747, I don't feel that a 747 should be able to fly from the Kerbal Space Center to the North Pole and back without refueling its tanks. That, I thought, was overpowered. And that's effectively where we stood with the Weasley engines in their state that we had them in. This is pretty legit here. This is actually quite legit. Might be a tad bit overpowered that we can actually make it all the way to the North Pole, in one go, but not too terribly much. And we're also, as you guys saw if you were here in the simulation flight from earlier, we were on fumes by the time we get there. Like, we had 1 minute worth of fuel left by the time we landed at our outpost setting. So it was like, you know, that's what we want to see, you know. I'm not too terribly disappointed with our 747. I mean, I think it looks nice. I think it performs very similar to the real thing. And it's going to build us an outpost. What more could you ask for? Nothing. Yeah, pretty sick. I like it a lot. Pretty cool. Now we get an outpost at the North Pole, then, and of course one at the South Pole, then effectively we have conquered the planet at that point, right? We will have facilities that would allow us to fly completely around the entire planet, which we've been working on going west from the Space Center for quite some time. We've got our airport out across the channel in the desert, Jeb's Junkyard Airport, and then beyond that we have our Mercury Theater Airport. But even so, it's like, I don't know, those outposts weren't nearly as far a trek as what we're doing here. Certainly not. They were definitely a far more, oh, we can fly in between these points with pretty much any vehicle, whereas this trek right here, only a few aircraft in our fleet would be able to manage it. this strobe is not lit. Why isn't that strobe lit? What about this one? Is this strobe lit? What the hell's going on here? This strobe was lit. God damn it. Our cows are all whack. But did we not click the... No, that's the takeoff and landing. We're talking... It would have been runway clearance. Huh. You know what? I clicked on this one to add it to the cow, and it... Yeah, Huh. What the hell? Things are getting deleted from our cows still. So I know that we clicked on this one down here to add it to the cow. Better take a look at our touchdown spoilers, make sure that that works. Okay, yeah, the touchdown spoilers is... It's got information in it this time. You know, another thing that would be really cool to do, I'm not sure if we can do it, but if we could program the cow so that our strobes actually flicker the way that strobes are supposed to flicker. They're supposed to pulse twice every second. And that would be pretty cool. We could get it to go bip bip, bip bip, bip bip, you know, like that. With a cow, we might be able to pull that off. Yeah, if we could push things through the walls in the spaceplane hangar in the same way that we do in the VAB, then we could make a little hangar. I'd even make a little building for our vehicles and everything. Have it like a car park over top of our vehicle and have it push through the wall and then launch it. That way we could get our pushback, our taxi, all of that would be like legit things that we would do to get our planes onto the runway, and that would be super immersive. That would be sweet to be able to drive our little tug over to this 747 and push it back away from its gate and taxi it over. Actually, I believe all that the tug would need to do would be the pushback. Once the tug pushes a 747 back, it can taxi itself to the runway. It could technically push itself away from the gate, but that's something you absolutely wouldn't want to do. Because the engines would be thrusting right at your airport. Imagine everybody who's working the gate, somebody goes ahead and turns on the engine reverse and then pushes themselves away from the gate. Oh my god, it'd probably shatter all the windows. That would be hilarious. I wonder if anybody's ever done that. I wonder if anybody's done that. We're about 2/3 of the way to the first mountain range. And if we get this just right, we should be able to slip right through that little gap. Just how we did the first time. And won't need to get over... Well, 7 kilometers is our target. We're only raising at 1 meter per second. Yeah, by the time we get there, we'll be about 7 kilometers. Well, I don't even know. It's kind of hard to say. If we keep this rate of ascent, then it's really hard to say. I have no idea how far away those mountains are. In fact, they don't even know how far away they are. Before too much longer, we'll start to see more defined pattern to them, and we should see right in front of us, I expect to see a nice good gap open up. We've got an hour and a half worth of fuel left. So far, so good. Yeah, so the second flight out here, we've got a couple choices. What we can go ahead and continue to send equipment and people and just kind of park all of the aircraft wherever. Or we can send the second flight, we can send fuel and have it actually refuel itself or refuel another one of the freighters and have everybody, all the Kerbals, get on board and fly them home. That would probably be the smart thing to do. That would be the most realistic thing to do, I would think. So that's probably what we'll do. Now, we don't want to leave our Kerbals just stranded out there. You know, I mean, eventually, once we get all the facilities for keeping people out there, then people can stay there indefinitely. But for the time being, it's like, first we get an expedition force, right? We get you got to fly out there or go out there and at least stake out the area and say, yeah, this place is cool, we want to go here. And then the next flight is like, okay, first and foremost is shelter and food. Right, so we send a bunch of food, send shelter, and that's what this flight here is. food and shelter, very modest food and shelter, and then from there it's kind of grind it out. Grind out the rest of it at that point. Which I would say, you know, okay, would make sense to pick up all of our Kerbals and bring them home. It's like they've done their job, they've flown out there, they've camped for a while, they've set up a bunch of stuff, and then, okay, time to bring them back to reality as they've pretty much exhausted all of their resources for being out there. And then we get back to building again. That should be pretty cool. With the fuel, I think it would just make sense to have like a tank, like inside of, and we wouldn't even have to really do anything. It would simply be a long range, maybe even, maybe put, since it won't have any payload, turn it actually into a long range people carrier. Give it like that one deck down below, and then stack the rest of the area with fuel. I'd be down with that. Yeah, that'll actually be quite easy. Won't have any moving parts or anything on the, like the nose. We could keep the nose, or we could redesign the nose. But yeah, essentially just remove all of the payload stuff, get ourselves a row of, put a deck in for passengers. Pretty sweet with that, huh? So passenger, where's the, let's see. Alright. The passenger deck actually goes all the way to the nose. Kind of feels though we may want to do this as well. But the wings, we might want to bring our wings down a bit, and then have the passenger deck. The 747 right here has got winglets on it. Starting to approach those mountains, and our gap is a little bit to our right. Get a little starboard side turn. Very nice. Sure hope we can make it. We made it last time. We're at 6,800 meters. I was also a little bit concerned about the path that we were taking. We were going due north, which is essentially correct, but we did need to come back just the tiniest bit to the east. So let's take a look at where our target is supposed to be. Yeah. So yeah, turning off this little bit might actually save us a little bit of time. There's our gap. Damn, look how perfect this is, too. Like, we're just reaching 7 kilometers. Like, on the nose by the time we got to the gap. It's insane. Boom, 7,000 right there. Can't see a whole hell of a lot out those windows, can you? Yeah, I really like this gap here. Very nice. Very useful. Our Delta V burn is ticking off quite reliably now, so we can pretty much be sure that we've got an hour and 25 minutes worth of fuel left. Go ahead and turn, get a left port side turn just a little bit back over to yeah, make your heading 001. Just about halfway there. So far, so good. Yeah, we are pretty much past the mountain range. So the next project, the next mission, will be to strip this thing out, get rid of all of the payload crap, and turn it into a passenger liner with extended range, so that we can fly out and pick up our Kerbals who are building this outpost up here. Yep, we're over halfway there. Pretty cool. I was just thinking if we wanted to take the extra step and make the next generation of 747 model, how would we go about it? First thing that I'm seeing that I really don't like is the wings. The wings need to be bigger. The fuselage size is not bad. Using the fairing as a fuselage is not a bad deal. The upper deck I'd like to try, I don't know, if we could build it around a full-size shuttle capsule for starters, have that be the root part and then work off of that. We would probably, I don't even know. That would be a good place to start, though, I'd think. This model is not too bad, but it does have some points that I wish we could touch up on. I might go back, for scale reasons, I might go back to the Weasley engines, to be honest. To be honest. If there's anything that could fix this, the way that this whole thing kind of meshes together, it would be the engines. It seems to me that having a too small engine would be better than the too large engine. That would kind of focus the eye in, and it would all jive. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Put the Weasleys back on, overclock them to 4 times, or 3 times. If we can get 3 times out of them, then it would be the same power as these, and that would be ideal. That isn't to say that they're going to burn fuel at the same rate linearly. They may burn more or less fuel, so that could be a problem. We'll just have to test that. But yeah, we're absolutely sold on that. We're going to do that. We're going to go back to the Weasley engines on the next version of this. It just makes more sense than trying to scale everything up when I'm quite certain this is the largest diameter part that we can use for that. Building a larger fuselage is a really tricky task. You're not going to be able to get it in one piece. Like, the best you can do is take the shuttle payload bays, and they open up, right? Have them opened up, have two of them that are opened up facing each other so that you've got a big open space. That's about the only way I see of getting a payload or a fuselage larger than what we've done here in one piece, like that you can actually legit fit a large scale piece inside of it. That would be the biggest way I see you doing that. I mean, well, with the fairing, as long as the front and the aft, I mean, you can get a pretty big fairing. Like, you could, yeah, that's true. They're scoping in. How do you close it off? Well, see, yeah, that's the other thing. Well, actually, I see something there too. We could flange out our fairing to get a larger fuselage. How do we keep it open? That's the question. I don't know. I'll have to play around with ideas for that. We might be able to actually fudge it, perhaps. But then the nose cone, same thing. It would have to like flange out in order to be the right scale on the end, and then we would clip the small stuff all the way in, so you wouldn't be seeing any of that. It would just be the flange stuff that clipped out to get the scale from this part of the fuselage and the nose to actually like jive together. And as far as the tail is concerned, that really doesn't matter because, like, you're not putting payload in the tail, so you can really clip and do whatever the hell you need to do in order to finish out the tail to make the scale for the tail correct. The one thing that really bugs me, this is something that always drives me nuts about building aircraft, is you want this rounded, awesome wing shape. Like, that's so signature of large aircraft, that rounded, beautiful, wing. You don't want just this flat freaking wing with no like wing characteristics such as this shit, right? This is just to extend. So like, this is as good as it gets as far as like making the wing look and feel legit. And you can't scale this. So if you want a wing that's bigger than this, then it has to be this flat crap. I mean, I guess if you're really good, you could like make it in two pieces. You build a base part and then copy it and then actually rotate it if you've got enough parts to do it, and actually kind of pseudo, but it's really difficult. Like, that's tough building stuff. Like, that's going down that road where you're trying to put flaps on, and we've already done that with this vehicle here, where you have like the extending flaps. The trying to get everything rigid can be such a pain in the ass, and like ultimately it can be impossible to get two wing pieces that are supposed to be part of the same wing and get them to work and be rigid. That's actually the main reason why this vehicle doesn't have extending flaps. Like I said, we built them, and it actually worked really good in the spaceplane hangar. But when you've got forces at work on them, such as the weight of the full payload, the speed, the drag, all the lift, all of that, you get one wing that's outside of the other, you know? And I've never been able to fully conquer that with the ability of making it extend and retract properly. It's a very difficult thing to do. It works on our Learjet. Our Learjet is not of the scale, though, as the 747. The 747, of course, is like, that's the jumbo, right? This is as big as it gets, per se. There are things that are bigger, but for commercial purposes, this is pretty much as big as it gets. But on the Learjet, it's small enough. It's not it's not nearly as heavy, so we can get away with doing things like building flaps, which are pretty cool. I really like the flaps. That's what causes the 500-part aircraft clipping small angled wings. Yeah, free shaping. You're absolutely right. I'm not too concerned with the part count with aircraft because well, maybe we should be. I mean, we're going into areas that have just as much. We're talking like, I mean, we're building a colony with this vehicle, so our target's actually a little bit east of us. Go ahead and change your heading to +1 degree east. Actually, make it 2 degrees. It's a heading 003. But yeah, even saying you're going to pull out all the stops and say, to hell with it, I don't care if it's a 4,000 part monstrosity, I'm going to build this thing and it's going to be beautiful, right? Like, the problem is still scale. Like, oh man, you know, even getting... It's always scale. Like, scale in this game. It can be very, very difficult. Should try some B9 procedural wings fork. Soon to be released. Procedural wings. Can you scale them? That would be sick. That would be sick. Yes, you can. Oh. 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 Oh, man. Yeah, being able to scale parts in Kerbal Space Program would be just such a lovely thing. B9 procedural wings, huh? To mod or not to mod? That is the question. That is all. That is, in fact, that is truly the question. Yeah, there's plenty of things that you can do. You can always do something in Kerbal Space Program if you've got the right mods to do it. It's adding to that list that always scares me. That's always the thing. This playthrough has been extremely resilient. It's shocking how long we've been able to play on this playthrough without being forced to fully shut it down or restart it one way or another. And the reason being is our mod list is very, very tight. So yeah, it's always the question, to mod or not to mod. So many things I would love to have that just, each mod, each thing that you add, each thing that you change, that it's digging deeper, digging a deeper hole. You're gonna get less frame rates and so on and so on. Yeah, it's always a question of like trying to be clever to get around not modding. Trying to get fully stock vehicles or even stock-ish. I mean, I guess the way that we've been playing it. I've been playing these mods so long that I don't even think about it. Like, they are stock. They're the necessities of this game. Like, I would never play without Kerbal Inventory System, Kerbal Attachment System, you know, and like the planetary base thing. Those parts, they've just always been a part of our playthrough. It's like anything else I can kind of give or take, but those mods are absolutely essential. Being able to scale your wings. Isn't there was another mod that I believe allowed you to scale effectively anything. It's been a while since I went looking for any kind of mods at all, to be honest. Tweak scale, yeah. That's what I thought. Tweak scale. I used to use that. I remember using that way back. Tweak scale is absolutely my favorite mod. Super handy. Yep. No doubt. It's been a long time since I fiddled with that one. Does that actually still work with 1.11.2 or whatever? Latest version? It is. It's fully up to date. It's current. I might look into that. I definitely might look into that. How solid is it? I mean, is it? We're talking. It's good. It's good code. The good stuff. The reliable stuff. Very solid. Wow. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Oh my God, there is so much stuff. Like that's almost 90% of my woes in Kerbal Space Program is scaling parts. It's always trying to scale parts, man. Like, dude, brutal. I feel we get brutalized on our playthrough because of the scale of the parts and how they don't mesh together properly. The key one, the most easily pointed out one is this wing versus this engine. It's like, slap somebody. Like, come on. Did skip a few versions. Well, so do I, to be honest. I don't keep up on the latest, greatest versions of KSP. Like, I'll use whatever version works for what tools we have, you know? In fact, I'd already considered taking a step back just because of that climb out function not working. I was very not happy about that. I was not pleased with that being a thing. At first I was like, this is sweet, you know, their Kerbals won't be sliding off the end of ladders, and hooray for that. And then when I realized what we gave up for it, it's like, dude, no. That was almost a deal breaker right there, but we had already started building craft in this build in 1.11, so it's like, I mean, I'd have to re-import all of that, you know. I mean, just keep it. 1.12 was out? Yeah, see, I don't know. I wouldn't bother to update unless there was something absolutely groundbreaking that we had to have. I prefer to just stay on the course that we're on, you know, if it works. If it works. Well, we're not far off. We're coming up on the ocean now. We've got 50 minutes worth of fuel left. Should be more than enough. Yeah, the one thing when it comes to mods, I think that really is our rule of thumb, is it has to be supported. Like I said, I will skip versions in order to keep all of our mods that we know everything works at least enough in the way that we can exploit the mods the way that we want to play our playthrough. And that's cool, you know, we'll just, you know, so long as everything that we use the mods for works, then I'm cool with everything else being broken and just staying in a playthrough and just playing it out. But when I want to upgrade, I want my mods to be able to have at least tried to upgrade, you know, with me. So when it's like, do I want to take the plunge to 1.11? Like, how many models am I going to lose? That's always the question. How many models am I not going to be able to keep because they had a part on them that one of the mods, you know, did not come back and didn't continue supporting the mod. So it's like, do I want to take that plunge? Is the update worth it? All of that kind of stuff. But if all of the mods we use are the most supported mods, and you can almost 100% be sure that they're going to continually update with the new stuff, or with the new stock, then that's definitely ideal. That's when I say, okay, we're good to go ahead and add this mod to our list, you know, that sort of thing. Nicholas L2, thank you for that follow. I only switched to 1.11 because a lot of mods were getting updates. So you did actually the opposite of what I'm talking about. Is like, okay, my mods just got updated, therefore I'll update. As opposed to the stock game got updated, now, yeah. That's cool. It's a good way to look at things. Nicholas, hello, hello.
G'day, Cobber.
What's up? How's it going, man? We're just about to fly over the Arctic Ocean. Headed for these guys right there to build a colony. The first building blocks of our new colony. Gonna be streaming Subnautica later, but the The new, I mean, it's basically like a DLC, right? The Subnautica Below Zero. Subnautica just never... I played Subnautica, but there just wasn't enough building. The story was cool. Like, if you weren't waiting for the story the way that I played it, like if you just got the game, bam, and then like played it, not knowing anything, that's... I don't know. I played every update. Like, I played it when they just had the really basic stuff, and then they added a little bit of story, and then they added a little bit of story, and then they added, and then so on and so on. So that's kind of how I was exposed to Subnautica. But yes, kind of fun game. It's a good premise. The way they used the Unity engine to build it was not too bad. Just, I don't know, wasn't all that for me. The grind was nasty, like trying to do the survival grind, like, oh my goodness. That was brutal. But it made sense that, like, they had to do that to have some sort of game playability going on there, because the building, if you tried to look at that game from a building perspective, it just wasn't there. The Unity engine just can't build really massive, like, bases, at least in the way that I would be, I would feel satisfied that a game delivered. Like, the game really starts to bog down when you start to build really complex structures in that game. It still look really nice. Like the glass tubes and shit like that. It's really cool. Can't deny, it looks really nice. So yeah, that's one title I'm probably going to be skipping. Ooh, there's our target. We're 100 kilometers away. We've got 43 minutes worth of fuel left. Go ahead and give us a starboard side turn. 2 degrees. You ever build boats? Only once. Only once. Yeah, one time we made an effort to build a aircraft carrier. And we did. We built an aircraft carrier. It's just extremely impractical. Trying to land anything on it was precarious at best. Yeah. With tweak scale would definitely change a lot of that. They're really large parts, single piece parts, really big. "59 kilometers away." "38 minutes of fuel." Might have weird interactions, scaled parts in the water. Well, I don't know. See, that's the one thing that I would be worried about is obviously unwanted reactions with anything. I wouldn't be too concerned about the water because, you know, I mean, I'm not too concerned about building boats. Not like it would be cool to build boats. It'd be if we had, you know, a spark of inspiration to build boats. It would be cool to have things such as tweak scale that you could rely on that wouldn't kraken. But yeah, that wouldn't be the first thing in my mind. Would definitely be like this 747, for instance. I'm thinking tweak scale on this would be amazing. So like we could scale down these engines a third, right? Scale up this thing right here, the upper deck, like quite a bit to match the scale of the fuselage. Scale up the wings, like scale the back pieces. These need to be bigger. Like, that would be so sick. We could make this thing look amazing if we had tweak scale. Say it's fine with everything else but the water? Huh. Okay, we're 36 minutes left in the tank, and we are 36 kilometers away from the target. Go ahead and start getting start Let's start getting a little bit of a descent. Bring us down to 3 kilometers. And do it plus or minus a fair amount. Okay, 30 kilometers out now. Further still. If we could override the aircraft autopilot, like with a flare, say right now I'm pulling back and the autopilot is canceling my inputs. If it weren't that way, then this would be a really great way for doing approaches for landing. All right, we are almost down to 10 kilometers. Or 10... Oh. Okay, it's leveling out. Slow down. Landing lights on. Disengage the autopilot. Brakes on. Check your touchdown spoiler. Okay, yeah, looks correct. Scan the wing. Make sure there's no ice buildup. Okay, we're 10 kilometers away from the target now. 72 meters a second. Six kilometers away now. Five kilometers away, gear down. Under distance. 119 meters a second now. Okay, and touchdown. We are stopped. Well, almost. That was a pretty aggressive slowdown. All right, good stuff. We have made it Cheers! I was gonna say, it looks like one of our touchdown spoilers did not... Yeah, one set. What the hell? Oh, it went the wrong way! Yeah, look at that. That touchdown spoiler went the wrong way. A couple of little things here, huh? We had 10 minutes of fuel left. Awesome. Okie dokie, so now the work begins, indeed. So let's go ahead and do it. Unlock the nose. Okay, and actuate. Alright. Payload. Payload trolley wheels are down. You're ready to unlock the payload. I did not see that it unlocked. I hope that it did. Did it unlock? I didn't see it. No, it did not. Did our cow get deleted? Yup. Son of a bitch. Look at that. Goddamn cow. Unfreaking real. Okay, well, we're gonna have to unlock it ourselves. Rat bastard. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, dude. I don't know what the deal is, why it has to be a prick like that. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. This is actually going to be safer and all things if we actually add them back to the cal. Like this. That way they all snap at the same time. Okay, so toggle lock. Toggle lock. Now with those three, it should be all of them. Okay, so let's see it this time. Backwards play. Unlock the payload, please. There. That's unlocked. Okay, now. Push. The push got deleted too, didn't it? You rat bastard, why are you doing this? Oh my god, that is annoying. All of our cows just randomly deleted. That's so stupid. Extension. 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 From 0 to Maximo. From 0 to Maximo. From 0 to Maximo. Now, please push. And push uniformly, don't be bullshit. Okay, so far so good. Payload's coming out. Okay, we're ready for the payload detachment. Off she goes. Okay, reverse the payload push. Oh, no, it's coming back. Trying to coax it to move forward. It's not working. No. going forward. God damn it. God damn it, no, don't hit the plane. Okay, screw it, just get this thing around and onto those rover wheels. We'll be okay as soon as we're on those wheels. There we go. Okay, brakes off. Alright, we've got control. Okay, go ahead and stop right there. Let's set it down. Now, I don't want to set it all the way down, because this is it's gonna be whack. How do we want to go about this? Do we just want to... Could just drop it right here. Imagine that would be just fine. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now we need to negotiate the trolley out of the way. Is that it? Is that enough to clear it? Nice, dude. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Now this trolley, we're probably going to want it to just get it the hell out of here. Because we expect it, it's got all kinds of cranky features about it that are just not good. I want this thing exploding for some stupid frickin' reason. Throwing parts around. That would not be good. So we can act like Frankenstein's monster and roam off into the frozen wilderness, this tundra. All right. And otherwise, I mean, we could park this thing anywhere we want, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just park it right here. I mean, this is as good a place as any. God, it's 200 meters away. Maybe we should drive. That's a long way, man. Both of you guys are pilots. You guys are worthless! Sergey is the only one here of any value at all. Do you have any vertical solar panels for that thing in the Arctic? We've got a couple of solar panels on the roof there. It doesn't need a whole hell of a lot of electricity. I worry whether or not Sergey actually has the tools to do anything here. He might not. He's got tacos and beer. He doesn't have any tools. We don't have any tools. Yeah, we can't pull these things off. Son of a bitch. Well, crap. Ain't that something? Well, at least we can get out and live in them, I suppose. We can't take the landing gear pieces off, but oh well. We'll figure that out later, I guess. You can just deploy them through that. I can't get in the door because it's blocked by the landing gear piece. Does this have a door that we could possibly get to? No, it's going to be blocked too. Damn! We can't get into the damn thing. Well, I might as well retract everything and leave it as is because, you know, we may still need these in order to hook up the second piece, right? So, yeah. I guess all of these people, all these workers here, we've got Elon Kerman and Sergei Krikalev. They're over here in this Learjet, living out of the Learjet. And our other newly arrived crew over here can live out of their 747 for the time being until we get the next 747 flies up here, and then they can climb into it and fly home. And then we can get the next mission. We'll have the next piece to this. So yeah, we got a little fleet developing out here. Got the 747 and the Learjet that are effectively stranded until we can either deliver enough fuel to fly them home or start manufacturing fuel. Aha, that's what I'm after. Wouldn't surprise me if this is actually deleted. It appears as though it's not. So we'll go ahead and try and lock these servos, just to conserve on power, I guess. Backwards, okay. And they locked. Hey, what do you know? Okay, also lock these as well, the payload lock. Forward. Okay, there you go. Payload lock is engaged. Shut down the engines. We're in hibernation mode. All right, all shut down. Yeah, there you go. There's the very first workings of our airport. As soon as, well, I mean, it's already an airport. But we got a long way to go. Just airdrop some. Yeah, the idea of airdropping, airdrop colonies is kind of cool. Kind of interesting. We might check that out at some point. Could be cool. Yeah, this is pretty sweet right here. Nice little beginning of a colony here. We need tools. We need tools and fuels. That's what we need. Referring to the tools, airdrop a larger... That's actually kind of funny. That could be cool. Like a supersonic plane to fly out here crazy quick and just throw a box of tools out the window. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of this thing altogether. I wonder how far we can drive it before it runs out of electricity. And it absolutely will. So here's the one thing about this, is that I know it's going to, like these servos, they're already in Kraken mode right now. Whoa, what the? They're totally in Kraken mode, what the? Yikes. I want to get this thing the hell out of here. This is not good. Oh, I see what it was doing. I see now what it was doing. Bring it down. It was actually scraping on the back docking port. That's why we were slowing down. But where's the ocean at? Like, how far away? We're actually going the wrong way if we wanted to dump this thing in the ocean. Stop. Okay, other way. Yeah, let's dump the trolley in the ocean and just be done with it. If we're really efficient and super badass and cool, we would hook it back up to our 747 and pull it back into the payload bay and take it back with us and use it again. But we're not. I fear this right here. This servo is, we know that it's absolutely wacky. That the second that we let go of this payload, this thing does, it's really confused at this point. And we know that it can spontaneously explode, throwing the landing gear at high velocities outward to what, you know, these could throw them directly at our planes, could damage our, could just cause all sorts of problems. So just get rid of it. Get it the hell out of here. Be done with it. It served its purpose. Now look at that coastline. Super high resolution coastline. Yep. That is HD. I always wondered why that is, why they couldn't just smooth that out in theory. I don't know what do you mean the developers actually, I don't know, never got around to doing it, never saw that it was necessary, or... Yeah, the polygons in terms of the terrain are excessively big in this game. But like everything else, it is what it is, you know, we play around it. All right, here we go. Our trolley is approaching the edge. Initiate murder mode. Oh, look, it's even like got a steep edge to fall off of. Look at that. Perfect. Into the Arctic drink you go. Geronimo! Oof. Sploosh. Alright. That takes care of that. And now, if we want to trigger the Kraken... actually, I don't believe it was these servos, the servos that broke, that exploded. Those were the Kraken-y ones anyway. We'll try that. Maybe these are Kraken. So... Actually, it shouldn't even... Whoa, what the... Oh, we just ran out of electricity. Never mind. It's donezo. Yeah, if we said inverse, it wouldn't matter anyway, because it won't even accept the command. So there it is. It is done. It is done. It is done. go ahead and rename this right here is a... change it to a station. And this is... North Pole Airport. Simmer down. Yeah, we need to remove the landing gear so that we can deploy the stuff and actually be able to get access to the doors. Alright, Squid Man, you have yourself a good one. Yeah. So, we've delivered the first piece, got more people stranded. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Well, we've got... I kind of want to... kind of want to get rid of that that crap over there so that we don't tab to it. It is within render distance. It's a shame. Maybe when we get a vehicle over here, we can drive over and just like drop explosives on it or something like that. It should sink. You know what? I actually don't feel... Here we go. This stuff would sink. You know, there's no reason that it should float. So, I don't feel the least bit bad about doing this. No, what was it? Object thrower. How do you do the object thrower again? Object thrower, okay. Cube. Okay. Arm. And throw something at that. Well, it's not working. Sphere, cube. There we go. Die! There. Okay, and go back to the Space Center. Time is it? 2 o'clock, huh? Yeah, we probably should. I need to get out and run a few errands. So we're going to go ahead and call it right here for the first part of this stream. But we'll probably be back on. I want to run some errands, come back. We'll do another stream. And get a 747 passenger vehicle, long range, possibly fly out there and get the second mission, maybe get the third mission done for this the building of this airport. So I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and hope to catch up with you guys for more Kerbal Space Program next time. Until then, stay cool, stay away from the voodoo. Have a good night, guys.